Heifers to the holding pen, please. Our judge for the 2025 Hays County been the extension agent for
Test.
Welcome to the Cattle Show, everyone. My name is Paige Filling with FBG Live, and it is a pleasure and honor for us to get to bring you the Hays County Livestock Show. We're going to start out with heifers here in just a few minutes, but before we get rolling, we want to be sure and thank our buckle sponsors. As you can see their names there on the screen: Dreamcatcher Ranch, Odell Excavation and Equipment, Ozona Bank, H&H Flooring Solutions and the Herring family, Southwest Erectors, Laney Construction, Huckabee Family in memory of Mike Huckabee, Sweetwater Cookies, Cindy Hunter, Lone Star Cattlemen, West San Marcos Dove Hunt Foundation, Odell, as I mentioned, Sunset Construction and Excavation, Hill Country Wastewater Services, and KK Cap Company. Also want to thank our sponsors that have made this production possible throughout the week: Heart of Texas Propane, Southwest Erectors, Republic of Texas Tailgate, Specified Water Systems, Capital Farm Credit, Odell Excavation and Equipment, Wright Farrier Services, Bobcat of Buda, and of course, Hays County Texas Farm Bureau, a huge sponsor of this show for several years now. Can't remember if I failed to mention or not, our silver sponsor, Capital Farm Credit. So thanks so much for joining us here. We're just about to get rolling. We're glad you could join us today.
While we're waiting to start the heifer show, I'm going to run through the buckle sponsors this year. Our grand champion heifer buckle, Dreamcatcher Ranch. Our reserve champion heifer buckle, Odell Excavation and Equipment. Grand champion Market Steer, Ozona Bank. Reserve champion market steer, H&H Flooring Solutions, the Herring family. Senior showmanship buckle, Southwest Erectors. Junior showmanship bustle, Laney Construction. Intermediate showmanship, Huckabee family in memory of Mike Huckabee. Clover showmanship buckle, Sweetwater Cookies, Cindy Hunter. Champion AOB colored buckle, Lone Star Cattleman. Reserve champion AOB colored buckle, West San Marcos Dove Hunt Foundation. Champion AOB Black, Odell Excavation and Equipment. Reserve champion AOB Black, Sunset Construction and Excavation. Champion ABC, Odell Excavation and Equipment. Reserve champion ABC, Odell Excavation and Equipment. Champion British, Hill Country Wastewaters. Reserve champion British, KK Cattle Company. Y'all see Roy and Keeley and the rest of these folks, y'all tell them thanks for supporting. Class 2 heifer to the holding pen, please. Class 2 heifers to the holding pen.
Good afternoon. At some point, I'm going to get this mic figured out here between classes maybe, and we'll be good to go. Hey, it's a pleasure to be here in Hays County this afternoon. I love doing these shows that I've never done before, and I don't believe I've ever judged here in this particular county, but it is a pleasure to be here. I've looked forward to this ever since I was called to do this. So thank you all for the invite. I really enjoy working with Livestock and with 4-H and FFA members as well. In our first class of GERT females, really an awesome class. They're just two, but the quality is very high in these two females. I'm going to start with the bigger of the pair. She is big. She's stout. just a little more of her maybe than the little heifer. She's super sound when you get her going. As you watch her here, she's got those feet pointed in the right direction. She wants to argue a little bit out here in the ring. Not the easiest thing to show, but really flat-shouldered and feminine-fronted. I love the center of her body. Good body length in that female, and I think that's just a really nice girt female. The one just behind her, I love this little heifer. In fact, when you get her to go around maybe the second year, she may be one of those that's tough to beat when she catches up with some of these others. But I love the way her neck comes up out of the top of that shoulder. I love the bone. I love the soundness in that female. And probably if you get behind her and analyze them, she may have just a notch more muscle for her frame size than the heifer that we're using to win the class. But a really good pair of Santa Gertrudis or American heifers. Congratulations. Give these kids a round of applause here in this class if you would. Come here.
Class winner, William Zellhart. Second place, William Zellhart.
Class 3 heifer to the holding pen, please.
Test, test. All right, here we go. Single entry in this Santa Gertrudis class, but man, this is a really nice female. When you look at her, you just, you have to appreciate the way she blends from front to rear. Really cool made up through her front end, extremely good balance. I love her through her forerib and center of her body. Love the hip and hind leg in this female, and when you get behind her, there's something to her. She's got some natural width and dimension in that quarter and down her top. I love this female. She'll win this single entry class. Congratulations to this young man.
Class 2 winner, William Zellhart.
Class 4 heifers, make your way to the holding pen, please. Class 4 heifers, to the holding pen, please.
Well, this young man just keeps bringing good ones in here. This one's a little different maybe than the heifer he brought just in the class prior, but big, stout, made female with good bone, really good angles up through that front end. I love the way she travels. Again, very, very strong in her top, good in that forerib. Just a very nice Santa Gertrudis female. Congratulations, this young guy, on another cow that brings a lot of value to our industry.
Class 3 winner, William Zellhart.
We got them lined up out here for our champion American heifer here in Hayes County. And really, that's 3 high-quality females in my mind. I think they all belong to you. Belong to you. Sorry about that. All of these heifers are yours, correct? So, are you showing the one you think's the best? We may have an argument here in a minute. 3 good high-quality females. I do love all parts of all of these. You know, the one out of the first class was just quite a bit bigger and more of her than the little heifer that was in second in that class, but very sound, very feminine. I think one has got a good future to her. She's a little green. Really, she could probably stand a few more pounds and still be very, very good. The heifer out of the middle class, maybe just a little more moderate in terms of her frame, but you can't find one any smoother, any prettier than this one right here in the middle. I love the profile on this female that's right here in the middle, the orange, more orange female. Awfully nice in the way she's made and put together, the way she blends from part to part. And then the big stout female that the young man is showing, she's a little different from the 2 in front of her. She is a rugged made thing that's got a lot of good in terms of what she might bring to our commercial industry. But to me, if I've got to go load one of these up and take it home with me, it's going to be this one right here. She's going to be your champion in the American, and then we'll go back to this young man right here. You'll be reserved. How about that? Job, young. Going.
Okay, both our class champions, Mr. William Zellhart, the champion out of class 2, the reserve out of class 3. Class 5 heifers to the holding pen, please. Class 5 heifers to the holding pen, please.
Well, this is a good pair of Angus females here in this British division as we get into the British cattle. I'm going to start with the bigger, the stouter made females in the pair, and one that's very nice in terms of the way she's presented today. You love this female in terms of the flatness of shoulder and the way she blends into her forearm and through the center of her body. I like her at her hip and hind leg. May not be quite as smooth in the transition from that tail head out the back of that body as we are in the heifer in second, but there's just so much more of her. I love her rib shape and dimension through the center of the body on that female, a real growthy female. One that benefits when you can get that head up because she may be just a little chubbier fronted than the heifer behind her. So the better you can get that head up, the better she looks, and she can be competitive just about anywhere you go in my terms. Very nicely presented female. The heifer in second, I love the profile on this heifer, probably just a little nicer in terms of the way her neck comes out the top of her shoulder, but she gives up some in total volume and mass to the heifer in front of her. Still a good female, and one I wouldn't just rush out and take her to the sale barn. This is a good female here in second, but you got a really good one right in front of you. So a good pair of Angus heifers. Let's give them a round of applause if you would.
Class 4, first place William Dornick, second place Penelope Soto.
Class 6 heifers to the holding pen, please. Class 6 to the holding pen, please.
Well, in this class of British females, we're going to start with the young man's Angus heifer to win the class. I think when she comes in, you got to appreciate the length of stride in this female and the soundness with which she gets around the ring. But not only that, she's just really big through the center of that body. I love the dimension, the volume that you see in this female. In addition to that soundness, I like that. I like the feminine characteristics up through that front shoulder and that front end of that female. I think there's a lot of good in her, and she'll win this class. The mini Hereford that comes next, no trash. She's not bad. She's good in terms of her length of body and her lines. I like that about her. I love the way her neck comes up out of the top of her shoulder. She's clean-chested. She's sound. I just like to drop that rear flank a little bit to make her a little fuller back there in that respect, but still a good female there in second. Congratulations to these two in this British class.
Class 5. First place, Joe Soto. Second place, Caitlin Partine.
Class 7, make your way to the holding pen, please. Class 7 to the holding pen, please. Class 4, Class 5, first and second place. To the holding pen, please. Class 4 and Class 5, first and second place. To the holding pen, please.
Well, a good class of British females here, a couple of Shorthorns and a Shorthorn Plus. And there's definitely some differences in these cattle. Maybe the most challenging class I've had to this point, but good quality from first to bottom in this class. I'm going to start with what I think is the highest quality female in the lineup. I just think the way this female blends, she's certainly one that's got to grab your attention. Really good angles up through that front end from the point of that shoulder down to the foot, down to the ground. I love her top line. I like her front end, just the way she's feminine and designed through that front end. And as you get behind her, there's something to that female. There is some width and dimension at the ground in this female. Love her through the center of her body. I think, again, the highest quality female for me in the lineup. The one that most closely followed her was the other pure Shorthorn just behind her. But I'd like to change this female just a bit out her hip. She gets just a little, maybe dip in her loin there. A little bit wastier through that brisket than our class winner, but still a very good female. Extremely sound, extremely feminine. One that's going to make a really good cow, I believe, for that young lady. The Shorthorn Plus heifer, I love her length of side. I like the bone and soundness in this female as well. But she's bloated today, which gives her a little bit of, when you put her on the move, makes her look like she's a bit weak in her loin. Like to change that about her. And, of course, can't always help it when one bloats on you, but for that reason, she's going to be third in the class today. Three good females. Let's give them a round of applause.
Results, Class 6. First place, Leighton Robertson. Second place, Emery Robertson. Third place, Emery Robinson.
We get out here for our champion British female. As you watch these things glide around the ring, I think that's one of the good things about this trio of females. If you look at the heifer that the young man has here, the Angus heifer, the first one out, when that front foot leaves the ground, that back foot is hitting that track, and you like to see that about her. The soundness, the length with which she hits that stride, you like those things about this female. Again, we talked about her in class, how nicely presented she is. She's one of those, I told a young man, got to have that head up if you're going to be competitive. Man, there's going to be some good Angus down the road at Fort Worth, and that one's got to have her head up if she's going to be competitive. She just gets a little chubbier in that front end if you drop that head and neck a bit. Still a very nice female. I love the way she blends. Again, I love the way she's presented. I love the soundness in that female. The heifer in the middle of the class wants to argue a bit with the young man showing her. She hadn't been the easiest for him to show today, but another one that's very sound and very complete in terms of her body size and volume. We like those things about her. She may be giving up just a little bit from hooks to pins. As we look at her from behind her on the profile, she wants to taper a bit back from hooks to pins. Like to change that about her. That would make her balance up a little nicer for me on the profile. The heifer, the Shorthorn heifer that came out of that class, just a really complete female. I like the length in front of the length and cleanness of that front end in this female. I love the angles in her as well. Like her top line a great deal, and love the hip and hind leg in this female. You know, so to me, it's kind of between the bookends, the Shorthorn heifer here on my left or the Angus heifer here at the front. If I got to load one up today, it's going to be this Shorthorn heifer. She's going to be your champion in the British. And then after having studied these others, I'm going to go back to the Angus heifer right here. She'll be your reserve in the British division here. So congratulations to those two youngsters. Give them a round of applause for doing a great job in this lineup.
Our British champion, testing, down. Our British champion, Mr. Leighton Robertson. Our reserve champion, Mr. William Dornack. Gonna roll right into class number 7. Class 8, class 9. Class 8 and 9 to the holding area, please. Class 8 and 9 heifers to the holding area.
Well, as we get into our exotic heifers, we have one that's got a unique name here. This is Gwen Stefani, the Simmental heifer. She's going to win her class here. Excellent job of getting this heifer presented. You like the length of spine. I think when you look at her from behind, she's probably the heaviest muscled female that we've had come through the ring to this point. Big-footed, long-strided, very feminine-fronted. That's a good female. Congratulations to you. She's going to win a class.
Class 7 winner, Miss Riley Coco.
So here we go. Didn't mean to startle the heifer here, but we have another single entry here in our exotic heifer class. Enjoyed visiting with this young man. This is a nice female. There's a lot of good in this heifer. I told him if I could change her, I'd make her maybe just a notch more cowy looking or a little more feminine heifer looking. She gives you that steery appearance, I guess, if you will. But certainly when you get behind her, she is massive in terms of the amount of muscle she has from that tail head down to the base of her quarter and down her top line. I'd like to see her travel out just a bit different on those rear wheels, but still a female with a lot of value, a lot of good to her. Congratulations to this young man in this class.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Class 8, first place, Mr. Calvin Kinley.
Well, we've got another single entry here in our European division. This is a main female that this young man, he's 6 years old and likes the show. And man, it's a great place for him to be today. I really appreciate those that like it at this age and can get started, and especially with a gentle project. If you look at this female from about any angle, you got to like her. You love the profile. When you draw the lines of this female, she's going to kind of make the outline of one that you really like a great deal in terms of femininity and correctness and promptness up through her front end and chest floor. You love the soundness, and yet more still really good angles from that forearm down to the knee in the ground. Just an awfully good female. She's bred about 4 months, I think she told me. So congratulations to him. This is a very elite female here in this class. Congratulations. All right.
Need Class 7, Class 8, winners, and 9. For the drive, please. AOC breed drive. Class 7, Class 8, Class 9 winners, please. Our Class 9 winner, Mr. Huck Thomas.
Good lineup of exotic females here before us at this point in time. The red and white heifer, a Simmental female that may be just a little greener in terms of body condition as we compare to those behind her, but another one takes a very good stride, a heifer that's chunk full of muscle. And I think really has a good future to her. She's certainly feminine enough fronted, big footed, just a good solid female here out of our first class. The big-bodied, stout-boned female in the center of the ring comes next. And like I said, I'd like to see her maybe just a little more cowy in terms of her makeup. But when you look at this female, she is as big-a-bodied as anything out here relative to her length and height. Good fronted in terms of her length of front. As you get behind her, she may be the heaviest muscled one in here. Just chunk full of volume and muscle, though there are some things we would like to change about that female. The big black female is one that we talked about in class of just making an outline of her, and then you could cut that out with a cutting torch and put it at your front gate, and you got a show calf on your front gate, because that's what she is. She's the show heifer of the three, and one that I think has really got the brightest future. She's going to be your champion in this exotic division today. That was a single entry, so with that, we'll go back to the heavy muscled female out of our second class, and she'll be your reserve. Congratulations to all three of these exhibitors.
All first and second class heifers to the holding pen. All first and second class winners, heifers to the holding pen. Our champion exotic, Mr. Huck Thomas. Reserve champion exotic, Calvin Kinley. First call, Class 1 steers. Make your way to the holding pen, please. Class 1 steers to the holding pen, please.
So as we get down to the nitty-gritty here in the heifer show in Hays County, this is for bragging rights for the next year, who had the best heifer. And so that means something to somebody out here. I don't know what they get. They get a buckle and a banner, or, okay, yeah, here we go, right in front of the announcer stand here. So, you know, we look at the American female. That thing is so smooth. She is just awesome in terms of the way she blends. We talked about that when we had her in class and out there for breed champion. Just so sound, so cool in terms of her makeup. Just an awfully good representative of that American division. You got to like just about everything about her, just about all angles. I mean, that's a good one right there. Anxious to see what she does on down the line for that young man. The Shorthorn female that represents the British breed. Very sharp up through her front end. She's good through her chest floor. I love the hip and hind leg in this female as well, and just super big in terms of her body. A ton of volume and a ton of femininity, and still a really sound package in that Shorthorn female. And then the young man's black heifer here, that the main heifer, just you gotta like just about everything you see about her. And when you look at her from the profile, it doesn't tell the whole story. You get behind this female, there's definitely some width of base to that female, a lot of muscle in her. And I tell you what, when you start talking about making a cow, a mother cow, and a show heifer, that combination, she's the one to me that gives you that best combination of characteristics. She's going to be your overall grand champion heifer here today, the black female that the young man has. And we've already looked at, I've already looked at our second places that were over there in the lineup. We're going to go back. The Shorthorn heifer is going to be your reserve. So congratulations to this young man coming out of the British division. He'll be reserve champion here in Hays County. Congratulations to each of you.
Grand Champion Heifer 2025, Mr. Huck Thomas, out of Class 9. Reserve Grand Champion Heifer, Leighton Robertson, out of Class 6. Class 1 steers to the holding pen. Class 1 steers to the holding pen. Our Grand Champion Heifer Buckle, donated by Dreamcatcher Ranch. Reserve Champion Heifer, donated by Odell Excavation and Equipment. If you're missing a debit card, Visa debit card, and your name is Junadine Brown, if you will come up here to the announcer stand, we'll make a deal. Class 2 steers, make your way to the holding pen, please. Class 2 steers, to the holding pen, please.
Well, our first American class, man, it is just oozing with quality in here. We're going to start out with the one that I think combines the most characteristics we're looking for in that show steer and market steer division or qualification, but really a nice lightweight black steer. Very well presented. A young man tells me that he's probably going to go to Austin with this calf, so be interesting to see how this guy does down there. Man, he handles with a lot of shape, a lot of muscle down his top. Big bone. He's certainly sound enough. I love the chest floor. I just think that's a really attractive steer that comes to the top in this class. The calf in second place, real practical kind of steer. I asked the young lady, you know, where we're going to go after this with him may come back here next year even. He's just about a 900-pounder, but so sound, so good looking. I mean, good in his top line. He's just a little green in comparison maybe to the class winner, but still an awfully good steer with a lot of good in him. Congratulations to this pair of exhibitors. Give them a round of applause if you would.
Results, Class 1 steers. First place, Mr. William Zellhart. Second place, Lily Huckabee. Class 3 steers to the holding pen. Class 3 to the holding pen.
Well, what a class here to start off in this American breed. Yes, we already had one class, but I mean, this class of Americans is just quality, quality, quality. But there's a lot of differences in these three steers and different endpoints in these steers. And I would hate to show against the big yellow steer in 90 days or 120 days because he's going to change a great deal. But we're going to start with the steer. I think, again, it's the most, he's the combination steer in the lineup for me. Yes, I would like to see him with just a notch longer stride, but I'm not going to single trait select the calf. He's not, definitely not crippled in my mind. He just needs to stride out a little longer off each end. But I love the shape when you put your hands on that guy down his top. He is the biggest top. He is the smoothest if you handle him from his loin down up over the top and point of his shoulder. Plenty good through his chest floor and length of front. I love him through his fore rib and back through that rear flank. I think that's just an awfully good haired American. I think she tells me she's got another one that she's going to Fort Worth with, but that is an awfully good steer to lead off with in this class. The red steer is one that, you know, he gets just a little slouchy from time to time. As you set him right there, wants to get a little easy in his top line. But when you get behind him and you put your hands on his top line, he is as big right up out of his shoulder as anything we've got in here. I love the way he meets your hand up out of the top of that shoulder. And it doesn't appear that he would do that as you look at him on the profile. But a good moving steer and one that I think has a bright future as well. His best day may not be today, but I'm telling you, now right there, he gives you a little better shot, young lady. Good job of moving him up. I love the muscle shape when you get behind him as well. I think through that center and lower quarter, that dude's just going to get better and better. I think you're going to see a brand on that dude somewhere down the road at a major show. Awfully good calf that comes second. The steer in third, now don't take this personal, but he may be just a little prospecty today. He's one that could probably carry another 200 pounds, and then he's at the other end of this class. He gives up just a little in power up over his top and top line and loin as we handle him. Beautiful as you look at him on the profile. Like to make him have a little more depth if we're going to compete with those two above him. But that's a beautiful steer, very nicely presented. And again, I think his endpoint is somewhere down the line according to the young lady. And I think that's enough said. That's going to be a good beast somewhere down the road. I really like that calf a great deal. Toughest class we've had today in terms of quality top to bottom. If you liked them a different way, I don't blame you. They are three really good ones. But congratulations to those three exhibitors.
Results, Class 2. First place, Miss Kelsey Tovar. Second place, Shelby Cox. Third place, Shelby Cox. Out of Class 1 and Class 2, I will need the first and second place. Make your way back. First and second place, make your way back to the holding pen, please.
single entry American here in the ring, and this young man's done a good job of getting him set and put together here. This guy, when he comes in the ring, you know, there's a lot of good in him. The first thing I noticed, he's probably the biggest footed animal that's been in this ring today, at least that I've seen. It really sound when you get him going. Big bone, big forearm. He's a big beast. He's one that some people would say maybe is a little north of where he needs to be in terms of body weight. He is carrying some condition. I think he is one that gets in there and gets close to that choice grade when you put him on the rail. Good muscle thickness. I mean, just a nice calf for one that really weighs that much, somewhere knocking on that 1,500 deal, but just a good solid steer, just a rugged made beast. Congratulations to this young man on this calf. Let's give him a round of applause, this single entry.
Class 3, first place, Mr. Clayton Dole.
Well, as we look at our Americans out here for the championship drive, I mean, good quality as I would expect down here in this part of the world. The little black steer's one that, man, I think just, I mean, I'd be tempted to hold on to him to next year. That thing is really nice in terms of his balance and eye appeal. Not quite ready to put on a dinner plate yet, but he is certainly good bone, sound, and just gives you an awfully good picture when you look at him on the profile, or actually from behind as well. The steer, the silver steer that came out of Class 2, he's one much like the black steer when you got him on the standstill, really attractive to look at. Again, we talked about I'd like to see him stride out just a little better, but in no way is that calf what I would consider to be crippled. But a lot of good in him, maybe the biggest topped one that we've handled in this American deal. With the exception possibly of the red steer over here that was second to him in class. Really good through the center of his body, really gets those feet pointed in the right direction, just doesn't stride out quite like we'd like, but still love that guy. And then we got the heavyweight that's north of 1,400, but just a touch south of 1,500 in pounds, but big bone, big footed, sound, and just a ton of good in that guy as well. If I got to reach out there and get one to take home with me to show, it's going to be this silver one. He's going to be your champion American, and I'm going to come back to this other middleweight. He'll be your reserve champion. Awfully good steer there that comes second in that class. He'll be your reserve champion American. Congratulations to you.
Okay, our champion, Miss Kelsey Towar. Our reserve champion, American, Miss Shelby Cox. Exhibitors, please do not forget, need to go to the testing area with all champions and reserve champions. To the testing area, please. Class 4 to the arena, please. Class 4 to the arena, please. Class 5 steers. Make your way to the holding pen, please. Class 5 steers to the holding pen.
test. Well, here in our first class of British steers, a lot of quality up here, particularly at the top of this class. We're going to start with Angus, appearing steer, to lead off with. If you want to, you can lead that calf around, and then we'll talk about him as you walk. And then, look, this is a really nice steer. I think one that, that Angus deal gets tougher and tougher to get into there at Fort Worth, but this guy is really complete. You get your hands on him, there's a big old back in this steer. He's big through his middle. You get behind him, there's plenty of muscle. A calf that's very well presented here today, and I think one that's got a good shot of smelling that branding iron there at the Fort Worth Livestock Show, if that's the one she so chooses to take there. Just easily gets to the top in this particular class. The Hereford that comes next, I love the step this guy takes. You can't hardly make one walk any better than this Hereford strides out. I love the back foot hitting that track when that front foot leaves. He's just a little plainer to look at as we compare him to the Angus steer that's just in front of him. He's long spined, he's long enough fronted. His own neck could come a little better out of the top of that shoulder, kind of comes out of the middle of his shoulder. He's not quite as muscular as we look at him right from behind, but one that is covered very well in terms of his condition, very uniform in his condition. I think one that the young man's did a good job of feeding. Just need to be a little fuller through the center and lower body in this calf, or rear flank in this calf, to make him more competitive. Still a nice Hereford steer. The steer that concludes the class, the black calf, just a little plainer to look at as well. And as you get around this steer and look at him, he's easily the lightest muscle and narrowest based of the three in this class. I'd like to change those things about him. It's still an awfully good commercial steer, just not quite the show steer of those two right in front of him. Congratulations to these three.
Results, Class 4 British, first place, Kelsey Tovar. Second place, Calvin Kinley. Third place, Ezra Studebaker.
Well, in this heavyweight or heavier weight British class, we're going to start with the young man with the Hereford appearing steer in the blue shirt here. I think he is the most massive. He is the steer that puts the most things together that I'm looking for in this market steer and show steer combination. I love him from the standpoint of his bone. I like the length of front. He could be just a tick fresher. You know, when you put your hands on the guy, he's weighing south of that 1,500, just as the Shorthorn behind him's a little over 14, I believe she said. So two really big beasts up here at the top of this class, but a lot of good, a lot of quality in both of them. The Hereford steer surpasses the Shorthorn in my mind right out of his forerib. When you look at his forerib and his fullness to the center of his body, you get behind him, he's really wide at his pin bones, and as you put your hands on him, he's covered very evenly and completely down his top and over those ribs. I like those things about that calf. Just a ton of good in him. Not entered in Fort Worth. He says he doesn't know where he's going to go with him, but that's a good beast that comes out of this class. The Shorthorn is one that, man, there's a ton of good in this guy. I love the length of front, probably excels the Hereford in terms of his length and neatness of front and the way his neck comes up out of his shoulder. I'd like to see him with a little more depth through the center body and rear flank relative to his length and relative to his altitude, and I think he'd balance up a little nicer if that were the case. But a steer that carries plenty of muscle down his top and in his quarter. I think a very nice steer there in second. Just gives up some in terms of power and boldness to the Hereford in front of him. The steer that concludes our class here, the black steer that the young man has, well, he's done a good job of getting this steer fed and getting him gentle. He's just a little plainer to look at. Not quite the show steer of those two in front of him, but an excellent job of getting him shown. Congratulations to these three. Let's give them a round of applause in this British class.
Our Class 5 results. First place, Dylan Lee. Second place, Millie Powers. Third place, Emery Huckabee. First and second place, Class 4, Class 5. In the ring, please. Class 4, first and second place. Class 5, first and second. In the ring, please. Class 6, AOB color to the holding pen, please. Class 6, to the holding pen, please.
Well, we had an interesting combination of cattle here in this British division today. I mean, we've got two that have kind of surfaced at the top of this deal that are just really, really good in their own rights. We've got the Angus. It's somewhere in that 11:30 range, she tells me, at the house. But I mean, he is one that blends about as good as you can make one blend from front to rear. He's dialed in really nice in terms of the way he's clipped and presented today. I love the balance and eye appeal in that calf. And though he gives up a couple of 100, 250, or 300 pounds to the Hereford, he's still one that when you put your hands on him, he has got a massive top. I love the hip and hind leg in this guy. I love the design in that steer. He does not have to apologize for being a lightweight and being out here and being competitive. That's a good steer. The Hereford steer is one just a big rugged made guy that is held together very well for one that weighs what he does. Probably just a notch bigger than what I would normally like to use in my championship drive, but certainly he's one that's got to be a contender. As big as he is, as massive as he is down his top line, he handles with some condition. I think he's certainly one that can get into that choice grade when you start looking at things from that aspect. Just a really nice steer as well. Two good ones over here in the reserve lineup or second place in class as well. But I think the real heat is right here in this pair of steers. In this particular day, I'm going to use the Angus for champion. Your Hereford's going to be your reserve. Congratulations to y'all.
Okay, our British champion, Miss Kelsey Tovar, out of Class 4. Reserve champion, Mr. Dylan Lee, out of Class 5. Class 6. It's your turn. The holding pen, please. Class 6.
Good class here of our lightweight exotics, and if you'd like to swap this top pair, I wouldn't argue with you a great deal. There's certainly some differences you can talk about in this pair. I elected to go with the red and white paint steer. I think when you really look at him on the profile, he just gives you power. Love him up through his forerib and center body, and I think kind of that's where it starts with me on this pair of steers, where he excels just a notch more. I think you look at his cleanness of chest and length of front, and when you get behind him, extreme expression of muscle. If I could change him, I'd like to see him take a little different stride off those rear wheels and maybe not handle with the harshness that he handles with when you put your hands on him. Not quite as soft a touch or as nice to touch as the steer right behind him. But I love him through his center body. I love the muscle in this guy. I think there's a lot of good in that red and white steer that wins the class. The steer that's second in class is not there yet. His day will come, young man. He's sound. He's really good in terms of his lines. And I think when you get that thing managed for wherever you're going to, he's going to be hard to get around somewhere. I wouldn't want to show against him in 60 days. That's a really good steer. He needs a little more center body. He needs a little more rear flank. But that is a good beast there in second. Love the soundness. Love the way the young man gets him set to his advantage as well. Steer that comes next in class, the red, solid red with the white in his tail. Big bone, a lot of good in that calf, but as you get behind him, he's narrow-based, he's light muscle, he gets really flat through that center and lower quarter, and just doesn't handle with as much shape and dimension down his top as some of these above him in this class. Change that about him. He's got a good look. Again, the bone, the soundness, all that's there. He just needs a little more punch in terms of his muscle if we're going to get him any higher in class. Steer that ends our class up is one that, he had a nice steer in his own right, but he's just green. He needs more time on feed to see what he can do. Soundness is there, length of body is there. I like those things about him, but he just needs a little more time on feed. He just doesn't have the body, the dimension to compete with those at the top of this class. Congratulations to those in this class.
Ready for Class 7. Line up at the holding pen, please. Class 7. Results, Class 6. First place, Caleb Coco. Second place, Laramie Doyle. Third place, Casey May Kinley. Fourth place, Riley Coco. Going to need Class 6, first and second place. To the holding pen, please. Class 6, first and second place. To the holding pen, please.
There's some deep water out here in this class. I really like the upper end of this class. These three steers are really, really good, and certainly all in what I consider, in my mind, to be a more acceptable carcass weight. Not to say that these aren't over here for some people, but I love the steer we're starting out with. I don't think there's a big hole in this guy. I really like him in terms of the flatness of shoulder. I love him from the point of that shoulder and the forearm down to the ground. He is very good in terms of the way he matches up his underline and his top line. You get behind him, he's big-ended. You put your hands on him, he's big-topped and easily handles the smoothest and with the most consistent finish down his top and over his rib cage. That, to me, sets him apart from what else we have in this class. The two steers that come next, you know, you can rearrange these two that come next if you'd like to, however you want to do that. I like the bone in the second place steer. I like the forerib and center body dimension in our second place steer. And to me, that's where he excels over the steer in third place. Just a little more of that fat steer look in this second place calf. I love the way his old neck comes out of the top of his shoulder. Is he a little rounder and bigger through that shoulder in that front 1/3? Yes, I'll give you that. But with that, he gives you more center body dimension and forerib. I like that about the steer in second. Really good calf there in that second place. The steer in third is one that we've said this before in another class. I'd like to see him 30 to 60 days down the road. I think his end point, I don't know where you're taking him, but that is an awfully good calf and one that, with the right management, he's still got some come in him. I think he's one that can really get there to San Antonio, Houston, wherever you want to go with that guy. He's sound enough and one that certainly handles with enough muscle shape. I just think management on him is critical in the next 60 days, and he is a good one. The steer that comes next in class, the young man in the blue shirt, one that just gets when you put your hands on him, he gives up some in terms of muscle shape, right behind his shoulder and down that top and loin. I'd like to see him for a steer of his weight and dimension or weight and size. I'd like to see him with more muscle shape and dimension down that top and over that loin. There's your high price cuts right there. So we'd like to see that in one of this size and scale. I'd like to see him with more muscle. Nice steer, good pattern steer. Certainly one that's much like the one in front of you. With the right management, he could sure be competitive somewhere down the line for you. I don't know where you're going to take him, but that's a good calf as well. The steer that concludes the class, you know, I just hadn't bought into this deal yet, this 1,500-pound stuff. A lot of people have, but I haven't. I've tried to maintain that I like them just a notch smaller than that. These calves can get a little more stale on you. They can handle just a little bit staler to you, not quite as fresh as some of these others. Good job of holding this calf together. And I think when you get him in a class with his constituents, his Simmental or whatever you run him as, he's big boned, he's sound, you do a good job of getting this calf shown. So nothing to be ashamed of. He's a good steer, just not my kind today. My opinion doesn't matter after you walk out of this ring, all right? It's just for the 5 minutes you're in here or whatever. So don't be mad at me. He just wasn't my kind today. Good steer that concludes this class, though. Congratulations, all of them in this class. Let's get on with the next one. Let's give them a round of applause.
Results, Class 7. First place, Miss Shelby Cox. Second place, Mr. Laramie Dole. Third place, Miss Millie Powers. Fourth place, Mr. Dylan Lee. 5th place, Mr. Clayton Dole.
When your exotic division, we had good quality in these classes from top to bottom. I mean, there's some that aren't quite ready to show yet that went out of the ring, but they have got a lot of potential. But I think in this particular lineup, we've got two that just really are good to look at, and I think have good futures as well as good future today. The lightweight calf, Timmy is what probably we would run that calf at if it's fine, but good and long fronted. I love from the point of that shoulder to the ground, there's good flex in that thing calf, and when you look at his top line and handle his top line, there's a ton of muscle in those primal cuts down that guy's top. I like the rib shape in this steer. Is he fat steer ready? Probably not. He's a little greener than the calf behind him and the others here in this ring. But a lot of potential in that steer, really thick when you get behind him, a ton of muscle. But when you look at the steer behind him, you know that this guy, when he walked in the ring, I said that could be the one. And there's no reason to talk about him anymore because he is the one. He's going to be your champion exotic here today. Congratulations, this young lady. And we'll need to bring her a second in that class back in here. Good steer, really good steer. When you bring the young man's calf back in, we had to change halters on him. The calf gets a little rambunctious with the young man. I said, "Are you tired?" He said, "I'm tired of him." So I get that. I've had those at our house too. One too many implants will do that. And I don't know if that's what they did with this one or not, but we sure had some trouble with that in our barn back in the day. So really a nice appearing steer as well. When he came in the ring, he hit me pretty hard. He's going to be your reserve exotic. Congratulations to this young man. Hang on.
Our champion out of Class 7, AOB other color, Miss Shelby Cox. Reserve champion, Mr. Laramie Dole out of Class 7, I'm sorry. Class 8, waiting on you. Class 8 to the arena, please. I'm gonna run through our buckle sponsors again real quick. Grand Champion Heifer Buckle was donated by Dreamcatcher Ranch. Reserve Champion Heifer, Odell Excavation and Equipment. Our Grand Champion Market Steer tonight will be awarded buckle donated by Ozona Bank. Our Reserve Champion Market Steer will be donated a buckle from H&H Flooring Solutions, the Herring Company. Our Senior Showmanship, Southwest Directors. Our Junior Showmanship, Laney Construction. Our Intermediate Showmanship, the Huckabee family, in memory of Mike Huckabee. Our Clover Showmanship buckle will be donated by Sweetwater Cookies, Cindy Hunter. Our Champion AOB Colored buckle donated by Lone Star Cattlemen. Reserve AOB Colored buckle, West San Marcos Dove Hunt Foundation. Champion AOB Black buckle donated by Odell Excavation and Equipment. Reserve Champion AOB Black, Sunset Construction and Evacuation. Champion ABC buckle, Odell Excavation and Equipment. Reserve also donated by Odell Excavation and Equipment. Our Champion British buckle donated by Hill Country Wastewater Services. Reserve Champion British, KK Cattle Company. We want to thank these people.
Well, this class of black crosses, we're going to start with the biggest ended, longest sided steer in the class. Granted, I'd like to see him have just a notch more body relative to his length and altitude, but he is easily the heaviest muscled. He is the longest sided. When you put your hands on him, he is the biggest topped. Also a steer that, though he appears to be a little green, and he may be for some people, he does have some finish on him. So that was a pleasant surprise when I put my hands on the guy. He's clean-chested, long-fronted. He kind of logically got to the top of this class for me. From there, it's a little more difficult in the next pair. I love the way this young lady gets this calf stuck, and when you do get him stuck to his advantage, you can see he's big through his forerib and center body. He is one that's carrying some muscle down his top. I love him out of his hip and hind leg. Just like to add a notch of muscle to him, little weight to him. He's the lightest one in the class as we compare him to our class winner. The steer that the young man has, I like the frame in this guy. I like the bone and the soundness, the foot size. We just need a shot of muscle in this guy. When you get behind him, he just needs more punch in terms of muscle to get any higher in this class. Congratulations to these three in this black cross class.
Results from Class 8. AOB Black. First, Mr. Caleb Coco. Second, Miss Penelope Soto. Third, Mr. Jose Soto. We're going to need first and second out of Class 8 back in the pen. Y'all don't run off. First and second to the holding pen, please.
Well, a single entry here in the black cross, and this that's kind of a shame because this dude could stand some competition to be in here with him. A lot to like about this guy. He is one that really hits you hard when you look at him here on the profile. He doesn't just kill you with muscle, but he's got plenty of muscle, and I think with that he's really balanced, got a lot of eye appeal. Good job getting him shown. He's going to win a single entry class. Congratulations to you.
Results, Class 9. First place, Miss Millie Powers. Attention, all grand and reserve. Champion breed. Back to the holding pen, please. All grand and reserve. Breed champions, back to the holding pen. Do not forget to get your pictures and to get tested. Make your way after the show over to the testing tent if you have not been there yet.
Well, as we conclude our Black Cross division here, there's no need to tarry at the mic on this deal. When you know what you're going to do, just reach out there and do it. The young lady in the red sweater is going to be your champion in this division. I think that's just a stud that comes out of this division. And then we'll be back to this young man in the hat. He'll be your reserve in the Black Cross. Congratulations to both of you on 2 really good steers.
Champion, AOB Black, Miss Millie Powers. Reserve champion, Mr. Caleb Coco. All breed champion, first and second. Back to the holding pen, please. All breed champions. Back to the holding pen for the drive, please. Senior showers, senior show persons, be ready to start to the arena, please. Senior showmanship, start to the arena, please.
Let's give these kids a round of applause that made it out here to this championship drive. I mean, this is really kind of a surprise to me to see this kind of quality. I didn't know what to expect when I got down here. Again, I certainly appreciate the opportunity to line these things up as we get start to come to a close and 2025 Hays County show. You know, when we had the Americans come in there, man, I was tickled to death with the quality in the Americans. The red steer that behind this gray one is one that I think certainly going to get a brand down the road. I think this guy can certainly get a brand somewhere down the road. He is really nicely presented. He's flat through his shoulder, loving through the center of his body. The muscle shape is there in that guy. So a lot of good in that American steer. The British steer, I know some people would like to flip-flop and put the Hereford in here. They liked him just a little bigger than what I wanted. You know, I love the Hereford steer, Hereford appearing steer. He's not a Hereford yet, but he's kind of a wannabe Hereford. But he's a big burly beast. I like that about him. But I'm just not one that's got on board with the 1,500-pound deal just yet, in my mind at least. I love the Angus calf. I think he's got a really good shot at making a sale hole somewhere down the line, and maybe that Fort Worth show or somewhere else. Good job of getting him presented. I think you've shown him to the best of your ability and to the best of the steers what the steer needed you to do for him today. You've done. Really a good calf that came out of that British division. When you look at the AOCs, is that what we're calling the Smokies or the Grays? You know, when this one came in the ring, I'm like, man, it's going to take a pretty good one to get around that guy right there. And then the black one came in behind him, and I'm thinking, maybe he can do it. Maybe he can get around him. So that's an awfully good pair of steers that come out of the exotics. I love the bone. I love the shape, and muscle, and dimension in the gray steer. I love the sharpness of the front end of the steer, the black steer. I think just a ton of good in both of those guys. When you look at those, I think the splitting hairs is the fact that you're really nice in terms of the front end of the black steer, but you're really massive in terms of the muscle shape and design that you get in the gray steer. So, you know, you can pick your poison there. I don't know what these calves bring here. I don't know. I don't have any idea what the value is of them going through the show, but I'm just shocked at the quality I've seen here today. That said, tell me what it's like to have the champion steer at the Hays County Show.
Pretty amazing.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
This is the one that's my kind. Awesome job. The young man that brings the gray and white calf back in here, he had a little tussle with this calf, or a kerfuffle, if you will. Ryan Rathman and I had a discussion about the word kerfuffle the other day. He didn't know what that meant, so I felt good that a Texas Tech professor didn't know what we were talking about there. But this guy is really good in his own right as well. I love the design of this calf. Maybe just a little, could change him just a little up in that front 1/3. So to me, it comes down to those two calves, that the gray division and the black cross. Let me look at those just a second as we try to figure out what we're going to do here in this reserve. I had my mind pretty well made up as a champion, but let me look at these just for a second. We'll get your reserve. When you start studying this pair of steers, I mean, you can, if you want to get on this mic and pick the black one over the gray one, you can do it. If you want to get on here and pick the gray one over the black one, you can do it. I think they're two really substantial calves that are out here vying for this reserve overall deal. You put your hands on them, man, they both handle with really good condition. I love the amount of condition you've got on these guys. I love how smooth it's put on there. I asked the young lady what you're feeding, because he's one of those thin-hided steers that just handles like a dream. Then you come over here and you handle this young man's calf, and he's another one that's kind of thin-hided but handles like a dream. The difference is he handles with a little more shape down his top. He gives you just a little more when you look at him right from behind. He's going to be your reserve champion today. Congratulations.
Grand Champion 2025, Miss Shelby Cox out of Class 7. Reserve Grand Champion, Mr. Laramie Doyle out of Class 7. All champions, all reserve champions. To the vet room, please. Going to start with senior showmanship. Need all champions, all reserve champions to the testing room, please. We're going to take a short little break. If you want to get your picture with the judge, he's headed over to the picture. He's headed over there now. And then we'll start showmanship when everybody gets ready. So, if you want a picture with the judge, let's get it now, please. Senior Showman, let's go. Get it ready. Last call. Senior Showman. Intermediate, show people. Make your way to the holding area, please. Intermediate, show people. Make your way to the holding pen.
Good job, seniors. Y'all can relax a minute. Let's just talk just for a second. Not going to tarry long. I know people are probably ready to go to the house, but excellent job. Let's give them a round of applause, those of you that have hung around for the showmanship. Really, these are 6 outstanding showmen. There's not any losers. There's just somebody that did a little better in terms of my preference, and there's 2 or 3 of you that kind of set yourself apart in my mind. All of you are high quality. The one that I guess best suits me tonight, and there's a couple of details that set her apart from the rest of you, and that's this young lady right here on this end. She's going to be your champion senior showman. Not everybody did this, but throughout the night, she would not enter the ring till I looked at her. She wanted to make sure that I saw what she was doing when she came in that ring. Not everybody does that. And then when we walked the ring, she's the only one that used the entire ring in this class of showmanship. Even though we don't need the entire ring with 6 head, she still chose to go the entire ring. Now, she does some things I would change a little bit, but I like those details of what I just mentioned. Excellent job by all of you. Don't tell the intermediates what question I ask you, if you don't mind. Let's not give away the question to those guys. Let's make them think about it also. But congratulations to each of you. I think all of you have done a super job.
Our senior cattle show person 2025, Miss Kelsey Tovar. Last call, intermediate, entering the ring. Junior, I'm sorry. Junior show, start making your way to the holding pen, please. Junior showman, to the holding pen, please. Junior Showman, make your way to the holding pen. Junior Showman, to the holding pen, please.
Okay, a round of applause for our intermediates here. Good job by these guys. There's just 4 of them, but a good job staying with us, staying hooked tonight. I know it's feeding time probably for the kids and the cattle. So, there's one in this group that kind of stands out for me, and he's done a great job all evening, and that's going to be the young man down here on this end. And he can tell Mom and Dad what I told him not to do, but great job throughout the day. Very good job. Hard worker. Very ring aware. Nice job. Congratulations.
2025 Intermediate Showman in the cattle, Mr. Laramie Dole. Clover Showman, make your way to the holding pen, please. Clover Showman to the holding pen. Pee Wee Me Showman, make your way to the holding pen. Pee Wee Showman to the holding pen, please.
Well, juniors, night's almost over. Congratulations on that. Let's give them a round of applause as our juniors finish up for us tonight. 3 young men. Our showmanship classes traditionally, or when I've been judging them this year, have been full of girls, so it's good to see some young men out here giving it a go to win this thing. Somebody's going to get a buckle. Is that right? They get a buckle for this? You know, you think about what's going on tonight with all 3 of these young men, and they've done a good job. But the one that I think has done a good job or a stellar job throughout tonight, and it showed, I don't know how many times that kid's been in the ring tonight, but this young man right here, you're going to be our champion junior showman. So congratulations to you. Great job.
Junior Showman 2025, Mr. William Zellhart.
Well, let's give our remaining Pee-wees a round of applause for hanging in there. That was tough. Hope that young lady's okay. Look, the Pee-wee part's probably the hardest one of all to do because they're all in that age. You know, the one young man that didn't have a bobble in here tonight is going to win, and that's this guy right here. You're going to be our champion Pee-wee showman. Now listen, I know you're a cousin. You got to be happy for your cousin because you did a good job too, but your calf got away one time. All right, so if your calf hadn't got away, heck. But this guy did a good job too, so he's going to be our champion Pee-wee showman. Let's give him one more round of applause. Thank you for hanging in there. Hey, it was a pleasure to be here tonight. Thank y'all for bearing with us through all this tonight. Thank you very much.
Let's give our judge a round of applause. We appreciate y'all coming out. Our Clover Showman 2025, Mr. Emery Huckabee.